Yo, we're live for another development session of my action packed action game. Hopefully, this music isn't too loud. So, just want to make sure the audio is good. Then we can get to the main session of development. Checking the audio. And let me see. I think it's a bit too loud. It's kind of echoing. I think it's good now. Let's see. Alrighty. I think we're good to go. So, I did have to implement I had to optimize metahumans because I am going to implement them into my game. Now I know that Unreal Engine 5.5 has the optimized metahumans from Epic, but this version of Unreal Engine is 5.3, right? This is what I started developing this system on, this gameplay system, and I don't think I want to update it just quite yet to 5.5 because that's gonna bring a whole bunch of bugs. So I do have all the metahumans downloaded right here, high quality, and right now with them downloaded, if I put 4, you can just check my frames per second up here. So with one metahuman, I get around 70 frames on, I think this is high settings. All right, well it says 40 here, but on my PC it says, okay, it says 40 as well. So I get 40 frames per second. If I check hold on, my voice is distracting me. There we go. So if I check the settings, this is on high, right? If I go to Epic, it goes to, it says like 35, and it's not really fluctuating too much, but let's see what happens if I get more than one metahuman, right? Let's put 4 on the screen. Let's see what this changes to. Okay, so it's pretty bad with 4, right? But you have to know that this is also rendering the viewport. So you're not gonna see all 4 screens when you're playing online. You just have your own screen and you'll be rendering those 3 over there. So I think that's why it's pretty hard for me to test it like this. I have to build this project and then test it on this computer and 4 other computers, right? So I think if I go to listen server and I tested this way, this is not gonna work either. I would like to wait, I know where I could test it. I can just here. I will just drag and drop 4 metahumans onto the level. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Okay, so this is 4. So let's see how many frames per second I get. Wait a minute. It's kind of quiet. So I'm getting 20 frames per second, which is pretty bad on high. I have a 3090 as well. So, well, this is epic art. So on high, I'm still getting around 30 frames per second. I mean, I can't really. If I go to full screen and I mean, I can't really tell like that it's 30 frames compared to when it's like 60 or can't really tell the difference, but I guess that's because I'm not really playing a competitive match, right? I'm just developing right now. So it's at 30 frames per second on high. Right. So when I do end up building the final game, I'm gonna build it on 5.5 so I can get the optimized metahumans from Epic. But while I develop it, I'm gonna keep the base project in 5.3, and then I'll just upgrade it when it's time, because I can't afford to mess with all those bugs that's gonna appear when I switch engine versions right now. I rather do it once everything's developed, so that I can do it in one go, right? And I can update this base file, this base project, accordingly to the updated 5.5 project, and hopefully everything will work out. Hopefully there's not too many API changes that will affect the gameplay logic, but yeah. So I downloaded all the metahumans, I implemented them, I optimized them as best as I could with the. Let me see if I can show it to you guys. So okay, I did implement I developed my own level of detail component. Basically, it's just a replicant of the one that comes in the MetaHuman, right? I just developed it in C++ and set it on the character, right? It's right here. So the level of detail, right? So I just developed my own basically, so I could, customize it easier. Keep everything in C++ instead of copying and pasting the component from the MetaHuman blueprint. And I, attach the hair. Let's see if I can attach the hair and all the body parts and whatnot. And see the level of detail. I made it like go this far out before it starts degrading the look. So you can't really see, but the skin is actually pretty I mean the polygons are actually getting decimated, but you can't really tell because it's pretty far. But the hair, you can tell when the hair disappears because it's gone, like right there, right? But you can't tell that the polygons are getting decimated on the actual mesh because it's pretty far, but that is happening. And I optimized the hair by so I did try changing it to cards, but it didn't work. Well, actually I can change it to cards, but it will take more work, which I really don't want to do right now. So I just kept it on strands, and I just modified the curve decimation and vertex decimation on the level of detail 0 and 1. Right. So on this index, I changed it, and then on this index, I changed it, and on this index, I changed it. And this actually needs to be, I need to change this one right here. This is 02. Oh, this is correct. Yep. And I just did that with all the hair. So now I'm gonna work on what I've been working on, which is the customization, right? Because I want my characters to have a nice outfit modification system. So I can show you what I have in mind. I'm trying to remember where I put that pack. I believe it's right here. Let's see. It's a nice pack with outfits. Nice military outfits. Where is it? Maybe I'm not meant to show it to you guys. Anyway, it's not really important. I just implement the system. So the system right now, what I have so far, it's not much. It's just actually it's not even set up yet. I'm just spawning these characters, the metahumans and the mannequins. So this would be my custom character, and this would be the metahuman. And then once you click on it, you know, the metahuman goes to their base, right? And then the camera is gonna transition with them, and they'll go. So I have these spots set up, right? So like this spot right here, this is like the base, right? So it's gonna spawn right here, and then I can even like move these, like let's move these like even over here or something, right? Pretty far, so I can get a nice cinematic effect, right? So like this is like a rest area, right? This is like the rest area. This is the weapon bench. So like when you're customizing your weapon, you're gonna like walk over here, and there'll be like a bench. And then when you're customizing your character's outfit, you're gonna walk over here to the attire area, and probably like a mirror right here, and you'll be like looking like at this kind of angle, so your character will be facing this way, and the mirror will be right here, and you'll be looking at the character as you swap the outfits, right? So that's the goal for today. Obviously like the environment's not set up, so let us get straight into it. And of course the YouTube keeps messing up the playlist with the ads. All right, so first things first, let's do this. All right, minimize that, and okay, so let me visualize what I have to do. Give me one moment. There we go. Okay, So go to armory. All right, so when we let's go to the HUD class. It is, I don't need all these classes open right now, but I'll just keep them open for the time being until they get overwhelming. So right now we click on this button, playing the sound, the way I'm moving, to calling the server to move. Oh yeah, these are replicated actors. So they spawn on the server and then they replicate to the client, right? So we're telling the server to move this character to this location, and we're obtaining this location that we want to move to, right? So we're telling it, hey, we just clicked on this character, move it to the, take this character to the rest area, basically the base, right? So we're gonna move to the base. And while that's happening, what I want to happen is, so we click on this. Now I want the, I don't know if I want the camera to like, to pan. I don't know, that's called panning. Or like to like follow the camera, follow the character for a bit and then fade to black, right? And then I'll catch up with the character. So like, so we click armory, we go here, the character walks off and the camera follows it for a bit, and then it fades to black, and then it catches up. Then the camera is going to teleport here as a character is coming into the rest area. And let's just pretend there's a sofa or something right here, and the character is going to sit down, and then the menu is going to pop up, right? And you can pick like where you want to go, like armory. I mean, you can pick like a weapon bench, or I'll probably have like a dynamic HUD, so like weapon bench, attire, and yeah. So yeah, first things first, I need to make these disappear, all these buttons, right? Because I don't want you, after you click one, I don't want you to be able to click on this one. So let's do that first. So we click on this, and I want to get the character type 2 button. Let's see. So we need the character type 2 button. We need this one right here. So we're gonna check if this is valid as well. First things first, after you play the sound, we want to access this button. Matter of fact, I want to just, okay, so instead of doing this, let me open up the HUD, the widget, I mean, that holds all the functionality, right? So we're in this screen. So once we click on this, we want to switch to this widget switcher index, right? And that will make sure that we can't click on anything because there's nothing here. And we can hide this right here, or we can keep this. We can always keep these visible, so you can always exit out, or yeah. So right here we need to switch to this widget index, widget switcher index, and that is part of army selection widget switcher. So right? So we need this right here. And we're going to set the index, set the active widget index to 1, right? Because that is what this is right here. That's the character type 1 selection screen, right? So right here, we're switching from this one to this one. And but I want the camera to also, like, maybe I'll just have the camera just fade to black so I don't have to overcomplicate it. I could polish it off stream, have the camera like follow the camera, have the camera like follow the character off stream. But for now, I just have it fade to black. So I'll have, after we click on it, it's just gonna fade to black, right? So we're gonna have to develop an animation that's going to fade to black right here. Right? And then after it fades to black, it will stay black for a minute. And then it will, then another animation will play that will basically unfade it from black. And that's where it's going to show like the character walking towards the base. Okay, so we need an animation. So before I create this animation, I want to make sure that there's no better way to do this. All right, I could just, there's a better way to do this. I can, instead of creating the animation, I can access the controller and access the, I need to make sure this is valid and the player camera manager is valid, right? So we're checking these two, checking this. Maybe I should put this on a new line as well. Okay, and then we're just gonna add some fade. And a view target. I should have a function actually. Let me see. I think I created a function for handling the view target. I did. Let me see what it does. I don't remember what it does. I'm sure like it fades. It has fading out functionality. So we're gonna pass in the view target. Okay, so we actually don't want to change the view target just yet. But I guess I can add a functionality here for it to like track, so it like follows the character, right? So I can add that later on. I can add that here. For now, I just want the camera to fade to black. So right, I can just copy this right here. And so I'm happy I didn't create that animation. That would have been way too time consuming to set up the logic and all that for that. So we can just do this. Fade to 0. Let's see, what is this? The duration. How long do I want this to take? Let's see. Let's try 7 seconds for now. Okay, so we're gonna fade it to black. And what are these inputs? This is to should fade audio. There's music playing. Yeah. I wanted to fade audio because the bass will have its own music. And true. Okay. I wanted to hold it as well. After it fades it to black, I want it to stay black. And then we'll manually set it to fade back from black to the screen. So let's do this after the character starts moving. Okay. It's gonna be really fast, so this is probably not gonna make a big difference whether it's down here or up here, but it'll just, that's C++ for you. It'll just be like in a nanosecond, so it's not gonna make a big difference, but we could test it out. The armory. Wait a minute. I think I messed up the logic. It should be fading. I think I have the wrong one. Let's see. Switching to NX1. This is the armory selection widget switcher. Telling the character to move. Oh, I'm getting the location for the character to move. I'm setting it to the server. And then we are starting the camera fade from 1 to 0. Yeah. Yeah, so what was that? That was some weird, like, glitch, right? Okay, so when I come over here, there's a camera fade going on. So when I click that, like, restarts the camera fade. I don't know why it restarts the camera fade. Start camera fade. From alpha. I think this should be 0. And this should be 1. I think 1, yeah, because it's fading. So 1 is when it's black, right? 1 is true. 0 is false. That's the best way to think about it. So, or no, maybe, okay, let's see. Oh yeah, yep, that's correct. So, okay, so like, since there's a camera fade going on, you see it's fading out, right? Fading out from black. Once I click that, it starts fading out slowly because it takes 7 seconds, right? But the problem is, if we do it really fast like this, see how it goes to 1 really fast? And then it starts fading out from 1. So I think what I want to do is, oh, it goes to 0 and then it starts fading to 1 really fast. So I think I want to start this at like point. Let's try 0.5. And instead of 7 seconds, let's try 4 seconds. And when we switch to the armory screen, I think I'll take out that camera fade. Right? I think I'll take this camera fade out. Okay. I think that 4 is a little still too long. Let's try 3. Point. Oh, it's at 0.5. Alright, let's try point. Yeah, let's try point. No, that's the wrong one. It is a 4. Let's try 3. And when I click on Armory, I want to take out that camera fade. Let's see. What's this input right here? Blending time. Const float. Okay, so I have. Hold on. And view target false. Camera fade equals true. Camera fade is false. So why is it? Wait. This always confuses me. Camera fade is false. So why is it? When I click on it, I wonder why it. Let's see what my logic says. Camera fade. Camera fade. Start camera fade. Okay, so it shouldn't be. It should not be fading in when I click Armory. Right? I wonder why it's fading like that. Because the camera fade is false. I'm passing in false. It's very weird. There must be something else that's calling this. Let me see what happens if I do this. Yeah, something else must be calling it. I need to figure out what that is later. It's not a big problem. Let's see. Okay, so on Armory button clicked. Yeah, that's very strange. What happens when I do this? Just want to figure out. I just want to see this real quick and see what happens. If it doesn't fade, if it doesn't start fading when I click Armory, then this is a perpetrator. Otherwise, something else is interfering. Right. Okay, see, it doesn't. Okay, so that is the perpetrator. See. So something's wrong with the logic right here. This is the view target. Blending time is 0. And view target is false. Camera fade is true by default, but I'm setting it to false here. Camera fade time is 7 seconds by default. If camera fade is true, but it's not true, it's false, then we come in here. That is very strange. Let me see something. I shouldn't, so this shouldn't be, this should not print on the screen. Okay, so nothing should print on the screen right now. Well, of course, those are gonna print, but no exclamation mark. There is no exclamation mark, so that's not, it's not being called. Something else is calling that. That's so strange. Wait a minute. Actually, it's not completely accurate. Let me come over here and disable this and try this again. Make sure nothing's actually printing. Okay. Yeah, no exclamation marks, but still. Oh, you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. If I let me test this out real quick, and I'm gonna move on. So when cause those characters are being spawned, and this is running, right? And this camera fade is starting, right? So if how much? Wait, this should only be running on the local player controller, and let's just see if this works. Right. Not sure if this is it. This is the only thing I can think of right now, but okay, that was it. So that's the perp. Why is that running? These aren't. Oh yeah, because of course it's getting my controller for my character, even though these are not my, these are AI controllers. They're using AI controllers, but this is still running on their begin play, and they're getting my controller because they're getting my index right here. So since I am locally controlled and they're getting my controller, then it's running on theirs. So I'm gonna have down the road, I'm gonna have to create a subclass of this for the AIs and have all this code run on. So all this code right here, basically every code, most of the code or all the code that's in this class, I'm gonna move it into this class. I'm gonna move it into this class, and this will be like the base playable character class, and then I'll have another class that derives from this class for the AIs. So this class will be the base class. I wasn't planning on implementing AIs, but I guess things change, right? So this will be the base class, and this will be the playable character base class, and then I'll have another class for the artificial intelligence that derives from this class. So this will have really no functionality, and these classes, this class and the AI class, will override functions from this class. Okay, so we figured that out. I can actually I can comment. Let's see. I can also check right here. Maybe this will work. If I check is locally controlled, maybe this would fix it, because those are spawned on the server. Those two characters, customizable characters, that spawn on the server, and they're not locally controlled. Well, they shouldn't be, at least, right? So let's see. So it shouldn't. Okay, nice. Okay, that fixes it. Okay, so I can take out this right here. I'm still gonna move stuff around. Okay, so this fixes that. Actually, I'll just leave that. Wait. I don't have to check this, but I'll just do it anyway. Actually, I don't like the way that looks. I'll just leave it like this. Actually, I'll put that back. Fix it up later. It's kind of a overkill with checks, but when I don't care too much about it, then I'll delete it. But I don't want to delete it for some reason right now. We can move on to implementing that customization, right? Okay, so come here. Okay, that looks good. I think 4 seconds is good. So we're fading out, and then we're switching to this index on the widget switcher, which is blank, right? So when we switch here, so when the character starts walking, right, the character is going to be walking over here. At a certain point, I want the camera to fade back to display the screen, and I need the view target to be like over here, right? So I want the view target to be like I don't want to overcomplicate this system. I don't want to like add too much stuff to it that overcomplicates it. So because I'm thinking about it now, for me to implement the view target moving, for me to implement the camera moving dynamically, I'll have to let's go to, I know I have a player camera manager class. We can go to that class real quick. Right, I'm gonna have to use this right here. So I'm gonna have to update a variable in here that's setting the location of this on the view target, and I didn't think this far ahead, so I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna mess with it, but I'll do that off stream. But that's how I'll, because this is like tick. This runs like tick, right? So I'll be updating every frame. So every frame as the character is moving, the camera will be like tracking it, right? But I also want the camera to not just track it like on the yaw, but I also want it to like move like that, right? So like a camera crane on a rail like this, and it's gonna stop like right here. right? And the character will be sitting down like on a sofa or something. Oh crap. The character will be sitting on a sofa or leaning against the wall or whatever. You know, just randomly, it'll randomly pick whether the character's sitting down or leaning against the wall or just standing somewhere like right here. And based on that, yeah. So we know the character's moving over here now. So what's next is what's next? We're in this black screen. We need to figure out a way to transition the camera from black to show what's on the screen. So the best thing I could think about doing is the character is walking from over here and then walking over here. I could set a timer, but I'd rather have it be dynamic, right? So when the character reaches like a certain point, okay, so again, I don't want to overcomplicate it. I can have like I can create an overlap event, so when the character like walks on top of the surface right here, it'll trigger the fading out, and the view target will be like right here. And I'll set the view target just for now like right here. So when the character is like right here, we'll be walking. Let's see the path that the character takes. So right. So like right here. Just for now. I'll set a or maybe like right here. Because this is gonna be like a chair, right? A chair is gonna be right here. So yeah, I think over here is better. Just for now. Till I set the dynamic camera. So like right here. Crap. It was supposed to stay over here. Anyway, I'll just guess for now. To change the view real quick. Alright, so right here. And I'm gonna just copy this view target. Duplicate it and move it over here. And let's reset the rotation. Basically trying to move it right exactly where the screen is. Okay, that's about right here. Yeah. Oops. Look again. Okay, so I have a face like right there. Maybe right here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so character type selection, we change this to let me change this. I need to change the name of that. Change it to like armory view target. Let's go over here to character type selection, character type selection screen, view target. We change to armory selection screen view target. Armory screen view target, and change this one to armory screen view target 1, and this will be 2. Armory screen view target 2. And okay, looks good to me. And let's see which settings I need to change on this. Armory character type selection. Okay. Camera view target. Let's see. You have to remember how I implemented this. If these developing a game is nuts. I never thought I'll be forgetting my own implementations. Let's see. Where did I implement that? So I click on Armory button. This is the first time I use it. Armory character type selection view target. Just change this to army selection. Actually, let's see. I want to change all the instances of it to armory selection view target. Right. Uh-oh, what did I just do? Okay. Okay, so we attained the view target actor. Camera view target to camera view target. Let's go to here. Armory character type selection. Okay, so I'm gonna have to add another enumeration here. And I could delete this. So okay, so we're gonna obtain the view target based off of the enumeration that we pass in, that we set here. Right, so this is army character type. That's the view target. Armory character type selection. So we're gonna have to add another view target for character type 1 rest area, or yeah, so this will be the rest area, and it'll be moving dynamically, right, based off of where the character is. So this will be the armory. What is this? This is the rest area. So this will be the armory character type 1 rest area. And then we're gonna have to have one for type for the other character, right? So we'll just implement it first for this character, and then we can just duplicate everything for the other character. So just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. All right, so armory character type, selection screen. I'm gonna this is gonna be called armory character type 1 rest area, right? Okay. So we got that enumeration set. So I can basically just copy this code right here. And of course I'm gonna have to, so this is what I'm gonna have to implement. Oh yeah, I did implement that as well. So like right here, like I implemented this functionality regardless of what screen you're on, right? So you press back, it goes to that screen, right? It goes back to the screen that you're on. So far as only these two screens. right? But works as expected. But the code really gets takes a lot of time to keep it organized. Just for these simple like features for convenience. Like it, man, like take experiencing game development first time is it's, it's another it's another level of intelligence, right? That you're gaining, and really it really helps you appreciate the games that you play. Because you're like, man, just a simple menu takes so much to see. Yeah, also like if I'm playing and actually I can't open it. Wait, yeah. If I click on like standalone, yeah, I can save that. So if I launch the game, right, and then I click on the settings menu, and I go back, and I click back, I have to like exit out of the settings menu and go into either, if there's a screen open, I have to go back to that screen on the HUD on the menu, or if I'm just in like gameplay and I just go to the settings and I click back, I have to go to I have to exit out of the menu basically, right? So it's like so many functions for one button, and just having everything add up is really I mean it's satisfying because having good code structure, like having different classes for everything, and polymorphism really helps out, right? So having overrideable functions and whatnot. But this is taking forever. I don't know why it's taking so long to launch this standalone. Yeah, having different classes really helps out, but just implementing it and seeing everything everything grow is like, man, this one button takes all this implementation. Let me just hide that. I don't want that to be seen yet. um yeah, man, it's too much. Game development, it can get overwhelming, right? But I'm having fun. So is this thing done yet? I don't think it's done. Sorry guys, I don't want to show everything just yet. Okay, you just hide that again. Okay, there we go. Sorry guys, I don't want to show everything. Some things you gotta leave unknown. The settings is low. It's a bad thing about standalone. Doesn't know what to do with the screen. This thing is tripping. I hate standalone. I don't. I think it's, yeah, it's tripping out because I don't know why. But it won't even let me. Yeah, screw it. I guess it's not meant to be. It, I didn't implement this button yet. Otherwise, I would just reset it. But oh gosh, I hate standalone. Look. Oh, it's opening it on my other monitor. I don't know why it's doing that. That's so weird. Yeah, it was opening it on my other monitor. I don't know what's going on with this. Anyway, yeah, what I wanted to show you guys is like I click on this, right? And I click back. I have to go back here, right? And right here, I click back. I have to go here, right? Right here, I go back. I have to go back here, right? So, you see, it's too much, man. Just for one button really helps you. Like me developing that one function for this this back button, developing this one button really made me appreciate the menus, complicated menus that I see in like in games like Final Fantasy, or like just menus, very elegant looking menus with convenience. It's like something simple like this is like you wouldn't think it takes a lot to develop, but it does. Okay. So let's go back to Anzu. Hey, how you doing, Anzu? I just saw your message. My fault. I need to pay attention to chat. Anzu says, "Did you do any fancy shenanigans to get Unreal Engine C++ working in Visual Studio Code?" Nah, I didn't do anything fancy. It's not really nothing really. I mean, I downloaded it and just I installed one plugin and just set it as the code IDE for my project within the project settings. I think it's, I don't know if it's editor preferences or project settings. Oh, it's editor preferences right here. I just set it right here and that's it. Pretty simple. You also have to download what is it called? Something redistributable. Redistribute C++. I forgot the name of it. It's some package. C++. Yeah, this thing right here. Visual C++. This thing. I'm not sure which one I downloaded, but you have to download one of these. So I recommend downloading the most recent one, or you can just search YouTube. Find like a tutorial for Unreal Engine setting up Visual Studio Code or Community. Okay, so okay, what's next? Right, I need to let me compile this because I just added the enumeration. Wait, is it compiling or what? It's not compiling right now. I think launching the standalone broke stuff. So because it was acting up. So I'm gonna have to restart it. But before I do that, I'm just going to continue implementing this. So I'm gonna copy this right here. Okay, so we need to handle the view target right here. Wait, no, we don't want to do that just yet. So actually, I'll put this code right here and switch the viewport display to show character type 1 rest area. Right. And we do want to fade, camera fade. We do want camera fade. So camera fade needs to be true. It is true by default. I just set it to true by default. And 7 seconds seems a bit long. Let's keep it short. Let's keep it 4 seconds because I think that's what I have. I have 3 seconds over here. And since we're fading from black to white, I'm gonna have to modify this code and add some functionality to it. So if this is true, I need to figure out a way to fade in and out. So these need to be like inputs. So this is the alpha. From alpha and to alpha. Right? And we could do the same thing over here, make it a constant reference. Let's edit the declaration before we change it so we can easily go back to it. There we go. And actually, let's give this default values. Right. So right now, actually I have to give them default values because these have default. This has a default value. So these, everything after you add one default value, everything else has to have a default value, right? So I'll leave those like that. And trying to make sure, what is this? It's like a, okay, IntelliSense had to catch up. Okay, and then I can just from alpha, I can switch it right here and to alpha. Right now, and Sarat Medu, how you doing? I hope I said your name right. That's some crazy long variable names and functions and classes. Yep. They're pretty lengthy, but at least I know what I'm looking at as soon as I look at it, right? And I don't have to think too much about what I'm looking at, so I don't mind them being long. As long as I understand everything and I don't get lost in my own code. So, what is this? I need to add the two from alpha. So we're fading from black to white. So it's gonna be from 0.f. No, it's gonna be from 1.f. Actually, I could just leave it as default. Hold on a second. Trying to make sure that my inputs, I'm not confusing my inputs, right? Because this is start camera fade. This is okay. I'm calling start camera fade here. Okay. Yeah. This should be correct. But from right, this is the from alpha right here. So we're going to black. So one is black. So right here we need to go from what black to basically color. So this is correct. And I need to go. Okay, I think that's it. We just test it out real quick. It's gonna be instant, so as soon as I click it, it's just gonna switch over really fast, and we're not gonna see the character walk off screen. So I'm ultimately gonna move this right here to a different function, and then once the character is off the screen, then we're gonna call this right here, right? So now this should work, but let me just check everywhere else I'm calling this. Calling it here. So when we're going, okay, so it's set to false here, so it doesn't matter, right? There's no camera fade, so that won't matter. No camera fade here. No camera fade here. And we have camera fade here. Okay. So let's check this out. Okay. I'm trying to think of the best way to call this when the character is off the screen. And the only thing I can think about, the best way I could think about implementing said functionality is by creating an overlap event. So like when the character is like over here, the character will step on something and that'll trigger the overlap event, and then the camera will fade out and whatnot. So Go to armory. Oh yeah, because I forgot to change that. This needs to be character type 1 rest area. And it's gonna change the name right here. Armory screen. Character type 1 rest area. Armory screen. Sugar honey iced tea. Character type 1 rest area. Retarget. Okay. So okay, so yeah, just like that. So we need to call this do I want camera fade? Yeah. So yeah, the character's gonna come over here and sit down. This can actually be a little bit closer. It's a bit far. Wait, let me try it full screen so I can see how it really looks like. Right. Yeah, it's a bit far. I could probably move it a bit closer. Just for this development. Bad thing about this is every time I want to check it out and check out how it looks like, I have to wait for the blasted character to come over here. Right? It's like 30 seconds. But that's a lot better. For now. Right. So I'll leave it like that for now. Okay, so we need to figure out a way to call this dynamically when the character is at a certain distance from the destination. And probably just put like a overlap actor right here. Wait, maybe like right here. So when the character steps on it, then this gets triggered. Let's see. I could probably put like one of these actors. I'd probably just duplicate this, right? Put like right here. And make it like this. Right? And I'll put like an overlap event on it. Let's see. I want it to be. See, I have a nav mesh right here. I don't want it to be too much bigger than a nav mesh. Right. This is good. I have my nav mesh over here. I'll make this a bit. Actually, what I'm gonna do with the nav mesh is just. I want it to be flush with the wall. So like that's good. And I can make this a bit smaller, right? Because I'm gonna duplicate this and put it over here for the other character. So might as well just make it the right size one time. And It's pretty close. Okay, so the question is now, when is it gonna? It's gonna act. So the character's gonna walk from. Right here. That's the bad thing about, like, I can't spawn here. It's not gonna replicate fast enough, so I have to spawn back over here. Come on. I don't know where it is. It's not visible. Let's make it visible. Or hidden in game. Right, and let's try this again. Okay. So boom, right there. And that's good. Might be a little far, but we could test it out. Okay. All right, so let's do this. I need to modify that class. Or what class is that? That's called the traversal target. Animation. It's not the world. Well, it's the base class, but traversal target actor is the derived class from this class. So I need to go to this class and I need to create a overlap event, which is a U function, right? And we're gonna call this, needs to be a virtual void because it has to be overridden from the children classes. Virtual void, and we're gonna call this on component begin overlap. I want to check the names of the other classes that use this function that I'm developing, so I can keep the names as consistent as possible, because I'm going to have to eventually, all the world actors are going to be, so basically where are they? So the world actors, like for example, like this actor, these actors right here, the spheres, right? And these over here with the boxes, right? The stairs, tic tac actors, right? All these actors are different classes. So I want all these classes, right, to derive from this one class, right? And so like this wall pipe actor right here, right? See, it has on capsule begin overlap and on capsule end overlap. So I'm gonna have to create these functions on this class, so that this class can override it, right? Because I want this class to ultimately not inherit from this class, but I want it to inherit from this class. And same goes for, you know, all these other classes. So I know I want to use the box component, and I know stairs uses the box component, and I know The Vault actor uses the box component. Tic Tac actor uses the box component. Actually uses more than one. Tic Tac actor uses like 3. And this one uses the box component. Right, so they have the same name already. So they can all override it from this class. Right here. So I'm just gonna copy. And of course, this one uses the capsule component, but it's alright. It can override it as well. So I'm gonna copy these right here. I don't need this one on end overlap, but I'll just copy it anyway because it's gonna have to be overridden in the future. And I'll just paste it. And there'll be virtual voids. Right. And go ahead and define this. So I'm gonna copy this right here. Good. I don't like the way this looks. I actually have to go unlock my door. So Jose and her, thanks for the subscription. Jose Ben-Hur Romero Salcedo, thanks for the subscription. Okay. So we have the box, we have the functions now. Now we need to implement the actual box component that's gonna activate these delegate callbacks. Didn't I have a class open that I copied these from? I thought I did. Which class did I copy them from? It was one of the traversal actors. One of the parkour actors. One of the traversal world actors. I need to find. So I can just. It can be this one. Yeah. So. Yeah, right here. And copy this right here. And actually, let me. Crap. Let me just copy all this right here. Because I'm going to have to copy it anyway. Later on down the road. And we can paste it in here. Okay, and I don't want to, wait a minute. Am I going to, do they have different, like, I hope they don't have different names. I don't remember. Let me, okay, so if I go back, I copied it from here. Area box. All right, nice. I'm pretty sure they all have the same like name, area box. Nothing special. So I could just copy. Do I need this? I don't think I need. Yeah, might as well just copy it. Just copy everything. Actually, I'll just copy this for now. I don't need this on the base class. Each class that needs this can override it. Can add this on the overrideable constructor. But I'm pretty sure the base class needs to implement all of this. Maybe not even this, right? I really don't need that, but I'll just do it anyway. So let's copy it right here. And I need the includes. So I need the box component, the widget component. I'm gonna need this. And I'm not sure if I need these two. I'll just copy them for now. And I can close this class out. And I'll be right back. I have to go unlock my front door. Be right back. All right. Let's do this back. So am I running tick? I don't need tick. Tick is disabled. This replicates. So we're gonna implement this with server authority, right? Because these characters that spawn right here, they spawn on the server, right? And then they replicate to the client, right? So these are replicated actors. So when we click this, we're actually communicating with the server, and the server is moving the character on the server. And because this is a replicated actor, when it moves on the server, that action gets replicated back to the client, right? So it's actually moving on the server now, and then we're seeing it on the client. We're seeing it move on the client, right? Because right now we're playing as client, right? So, well, basically what we're doing is we're gonna replicate this actor is replicated with server authority, right? So when that character that's moving hits this actor on the server is going to communicate with the client, and then the client is going to update the HUD on the client. But it has to happen on the server first. So, and I don't have to implement it with server authority, but since I already spawned it with the server and the server has authority over it, I'm just gonna maintain that server authoritative relationship to the client. The server authority relationship with the client. I think I said that correctly. Whatever. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So we're gonna check if has authority. I can just copy this code from the other actor. Save some time. Or I could just do it right here. I'm not sure. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm trying to listen. In my house, I'm trying to listen to what's going on. Okay, so if we're on the server right here, we want to get this area box, and we on this constructor we're disabling the collision on every client and on the server. So the collision is disabled by default, so no overlap event is gonna happen, right? And we only want to enable the collision on the server. We only want overlap events to happen on the server. So we're gonna say area box, and we can set the collision enabled. And we can set that to query and physics, or just query. And then we can set the collision response to channel. Right. Set collision response to channel. E collision channel. And we can pick the pawn. And then we wanted to collision response overlap. So we want to overlap with the pawn alone, right? And then we can get this area box again, and we can get the on component begin overlap delegate variable and add dynamic. I believe that's the name of it. Yep, add dynamic, and the function name on component begin overlap. We're gonna use this right here. This is the user object, and this is the function, right? So we're registering it on the server to call this function when it gets overlapped with a pawn. When this box gets overlapped with a pawn, right? And then right here, we're going to, so when we overlap with it, we want to get this. Actually, let's. Sorry guys, I'm really distracted. I'll be right back. I have to check on something in my house. Alright, I'm back again. Alrighty, so when we overlap on the server, what we want to do is we want the server to communicate with the client that this character, that the character overlaps this, right? So to do that, we need to get a hold of this character that's overlapping with this box. And wait a minute, should I be doing this on this class? I think I'm tripping. No, I shouldn't be doing this on this class. But yeah, this can happen here, right? I can do this here. Actually, no, I think I want to move this. I'm gonna move this over here. Okay, so just copy this right here real quick. And paste this in here. And I actually I forgot to check something real quick. I forgot to check if this is valid. That's not good. Always check pointers. Always. So let's go ahead and fully qualify this begin play. Right. Okay, so we're doing this within, actually I think, yeah, this can this can happen on the base class, right? I'll leave this in the base class. And then I will, just to keep everything consistent throughout the code, I'm going to, I think I deleted it. No, I just copied like this line right here. Over here. And right here. Okay. Okay. Some reason, sorry guys. Let's see, traversal right here. So I need to override this function. I need to override these functions right here. And I'll put them right here. I don't need these. And okay, so and then I can just copy this right here. Right. Copy the class name, and I think we're good to go now. This is this in the base class? Okay, no, this is not in the base class. Character target location mesh. I think I want to move this to the base class. Wait a minute. It's not even here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I don't have to move it. Because it's pretty specific to this class. I'll just leave it here for now. Okay. So we overlap on the server. And this is gonna get called. Alright, so we're on the server right here. So what do we, oh, let's first of all, let's call super, because we are overriding it. So let's call this function first. Same goes for this function. Okay, so we need to communicate with the client, because we need to get access of, we need to tell the client, okay, the character overlaps with this mesh on the ground, right? Now you need to change the HUD. You need to do the camera, handle that camera, right? So I think I need to get access to the character, to get access to the HUD. I need to get access to the character that's overlapping, right? Because I'm on the server. Or maybe not. The best way to do this, I need to tell the server to, I think this is an instance where overlapping shouldn't happen on the server, right? Because it's gonna complicate the code. I need the server to communicate. Who's the server gonna communicate to? How is the server gonna get a hold of me, right? So the server is somewhere else, right? Let's say the server is like in freaking Japan or something, and I overlap. The character overlaps in Japan. Now it needs to contact me in the United States, right? what is it gonna use to contact me? What in my game is it gonna use to contact me to tell me to change the HUD? Let me visualize this real quick so it can help me out. So the character walks. This is also this is the server, right? This is pretend this is the server screen. Okay, actually, we don't have to pretend. We can actually just make a server and a client. Oh, actually, I do have to pretend because unless I make both of these characters go all the way over here, all the way over there, that's gonna take too long. Wait, I can actually I forgot I could do this. Okay. So both server and client. This is the client. This is the server. Okay, so right now there's two characters right here. Like there's two characters in the same place right there. So I'm pretty sure if I move that character on the right side of the screen, there's gonna be another character standing in the same place. Right. Of course it doesn't work when I spawn right here because I'm too close and the replication doesn't happen in time. But will it work over here? Nope, I'm still too close. Oh no, it worked. Alright, so we see the character moving on the server, right? This is the server. The character moved over here on the server. I'm gonna have to fix this because now the server doesn't have a character, right? So I have to spawn. I'm gonna have to spawn these characters on each client individually, because this, you see how this character moved this character, right? That shouldn't happen. It should only move the character on its own screen. So I'm gonna have to spawn these two characters on the clients and not on the server, right? Because I have server authority right now, so when I move it, it's moving it on the server. And if I move it on the server, okay, so if I move it on the server, it should move on a client. Yep. See? Okay, so this server authority is not gonna work with this kind of this overlap event is gonna have to be not on the server. So not with server authority. But that still begs, like, that's still Slizzard, Anzu, VS Code is a deep. Hey, how you doing, Slizzard? What's up? Hope you're doing well, man. I'm trying to think of how to communicate with myself here. When I overlap with that box, what I can do is, first things first, I'm gonna take this out. Each class is gonna override what needs to be overridden on their end. So right here, the area box is not gonna be with server authority, right? And we're going to, I don't need these right now, so I'm going to delete them. I know I'm going to need them later though. I need these though. Actually, I don't even need this, right? I don't need, I'll just copy these right here. And I don't need this. Okay, so we're if area box overlapping with oh, I forgot to change that. Let me change that real quick. Actually, I'm not sure. Should this be this one right here? Or should this be the over yeah, I'll just call this one right here. So we overlap. How am I going to so this is happening locally now, right? How am I going to access the HUD? What I can do is okay, I know how to access the HUD. I'm just going to copy the code from because this is locally, I should be able to just going to copy this code right that I have right here. I'm going to get this player controller, which is the locally controlled. Actually, I can copy all this right here. Yeah, let's just copy all this right here. Oops. So we can do this right here. Guys, I'll be back. Hold on. Alright, no more distractions. Everything's settled. Okay, so we can create a local pointer to get the controller. And we need the include for the controller. I don't think I need this include right here. I'll leave it for now. So we get the controller and we need gameplay statics. Let's see. I don't remember the include. Right. So we get the local play controller, and then from the local play controller, we can I'm gonna have to just remove this. Right. Since this function is called solely on the locally controlled client, obtain the controller of the player. Obtain the controller of the locally controlled obtained the character and access the HUD so that I'm trying to think if anything else is gonna what is this gonna be used for, because this can be used for multiple things, right? Okay, access the HUD and do what needs to be done, I guess. And do what needs to be done. How do we identify what needs to be done? Right? How do we identify what needs to be done on the HUD? This function that we call here is gonna have to have an input that we pass in a variable, hopefully maybe like an enumeration that determines what we're trying to do, right? Right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to set this view target and this camera fade to happen, right? Only when this character that just passed us steps on this. the screen should only come here once that character steps on here. And once the character steps on here, that's when this is gonna get called. So we need to get the HUD. Well, we have the controller. And the controller has access to the HUD. So we can access the HUD directly. So we can say, do I have a getter to get the HUD? Let's see. I don't know if I have a, wait, it already has, wait, let's see. No. I can do it this way, but I can just copy the code from right here. Where is it? Oh, okay, I'm not doing it right here. I just have to write it. So we need to get and it can be equal to so we're casting to animation entertainment HUD player controller, first player controller get HUD, right? And now we can check if this is valid. And if this is valid, we can call the function basically to set that view target, handle basically what needs to be done to view. Wait, no, now since we have access to the HUD, we need to call a function on the HUD that takes an input. I need to think of a name for this function, and I need to get the include for the HUD. And while I'm at it, I need to think of a function. Let's see. It needs to be a public function. First, let me copy this. I don't need this right now. What's a name of a function? What am I trying to do? That's why I didn't like writing this. Do what needs to be done. Right now I'm moving the view target. Let's see. I can call this on I need to get a better name for this. Oh, hold on. Yeah, on customizable character. Wait. On AI character, because this, if later down the road, when I implement AI for other like not for customizable characters, but like just for like NPCs, I might still want to use this, right? So I want to make this as scalable as possible on AI character, and that of course includes having the name be scalable. On AI character, On AI character, begin overlap. On AI character, begin overlap with it's a lengthy name, but on AI character, begin overlap with AI character traversal target actor. I love that name. Yeah. And this is gonna take it's gonna take an enumeration for input. What is this enumeration gonna do? The enumeration is basically gonna be actions that I want to happen. Or let's see, what's the best way to make this scalable? If it's an enumeration, so we could take this one step at a time. Right now, there's only one functionality for this function, and that is to access the HUD to change the screen. Right? So I don't know if I want to put that in the main menu system. Do I want to put this enumeration in the main menu system? I mean, for now, it's just the main menu system, but for later on, it can be something completely different, right? It doesn't have to be a main menu system. It can be like just an NPC overlapping with a box, and I want something else to happen. So maybe enumeration is not the best way to go about this. Let's see. Man, I wish I knew. So let's see. I have either enumeration. I could put an enumeration. I could put a string, or it's either enumeration or string, right? So when we overlap, it calls this function, and when it calls this function, yeah, it has to be either or, enumeration or string. Right? AI character traversal target actor. So it's gonna be an enumeration. All right, and it's not gonna be in the main menu category. I'm gonna create a new category for and this region is gonna be, let's call it AI character. Actually, I'm gonna call it AI. Let me just copy this name until some other name comes up in my mind that I can replace it with. But for now, I'm gonna call it AI character traversal target actor actions. It's its own region. Right. And I'm just gonna copy one of these, save some time on typing all this, and we're gonna call this the same thing. AI character traversal target actor action. AI character. Yeah. So this is a long freaking name. So EAICTTAA. God dang. AI character traversal target actor action, and of course disabled is gonna be the first one, and let's copy these right here. So we only need one for now, right? The first action is gonna be that we want because we're accessing the HUD. So we're gonna say transition armory screen to rest area. To damn, this is getting long. Transition armory screen to character type 1 rest whatever, who cares. Character type 1 rest area. I think of a better way to do this. I will definitely fix it, but for now this is it works, right? And I need to include, let's see, I need this right here. And this is gonna take, and let's see, where's that enumerations? Let me move that closer. Right here. So I can easily just copy this right here. And I can copy this. And this needs to be a public function. So it's not a setter, it's not a getter, it needs to be an executioner. So setter, getter, I'll put it right here. Pragma region executioner. Or execution, yeah, whatever. This will work. Okay, so this needs to take a const. Reference. Okay. And let's define this over here. Where do I want to put this? Because I could put this right here. I'm gonna end up reorganizing this later on, but for now I'll just put it right here. I'll create its own region later on because Maybe all the AI should be in the same place. I mean, these two. Yeah, right. These should be in the same place. And put this right here. So we're gonna pass in the enumeration here. That's gonna tell us what to do. Do I want to override this in the main menu HUD? I think I do. I'm gonna copy this, and yeah, that's where I'm gonna paste this. So I'll put it right here, I guess. Hold on. Character type 1 button clicked. Same, so this function is gonna have to be called on right here too. So put it right here. Actually, character type 1, character type 2. So I'll put it down here. And call super. And let's go to let's copy this, all this right here. And let's go right here. Right. Wait. Yeah. And then we can delete this right here. Okay, looks good. And for Tussins to catch up so I can close these regions. Anyway. So down here is where we're gonna call this. Okay, so let's test this out. Oh, yikes. I need to actually create the overlap box on that mesh that's on the ground. So I'm gonna have to see if it's gonna appear. Yeah, see, it's not. It appeared on all of them. You see? Wait, what? Did I put it in the wrong class? Can't even click on it. What class is this? Did I put it in the wrong class? No, I didn't. So where is this small somewhere? I don't see it. You see all of them have boxes. But this one doesn't have a box. And neither do these. I think I put it on the wrong class because these are the... What the heck? It's the view target. Traversal target actor. Hold on, let me... I must have put it in the wrong class. Yeah, this class is the view target. Why is... Oh, I know why, I think. It's because of... It's inheriting from this. And right here. The area box is here. Right? But if I go here... This should inherit as well. Right? But it's not. So... I mean, it is, but... What I need to do, let me close out. And... I think actually what I do want to do is... Because I'm starting to see like... just to fix this problem before it grows, when I start overriding the other parkour world actors with this base class, right? Because not all of them need this functionality. So I can just delete that, right? And I'll just put each of them, so whichever one needs the respective box component or sphere component, I'm a capsule component or sphere component, etc. I'll put that on the respective classes constructor. So right now this one needs it. So I'll put this right here and I'll delete that. Okay. So now this one will have it and the view target won't have it. Because the view target doesn't need it. Okay, yeah, this one does not need it. If anything, I need to get a mesh, so like a camera mesh, so I can know that. Actually, Unreal Engine has its own camera mesh that I could use, so I'm gonna use that. I need a mesh. Maybe I should just call this mesh, right? I could just add it in Blueprint, I guess, but kind of want to do it in C++. Yeah, so let's go to the... Let's just call this mesh. And I'm actually gonna move this to the base class, right? Let's see. But first, I need to change this real quick. And okay. I hope this isn't it shouldn't break anything. I'm not using this anywhere else. But I hope the blueprint realizes that I'm just changing the name and it doesn't have me like reset how everything looks. World actor. It can go right here. I'll put it right here. Right. Okay. So that's there. And then I need mesh. I can copy. Actually, this can be in the. Wait. Yeah, this can actually be here. Trying to think of what to do. Because this name right here, right? I want to change this based on each class. So I can either just copy this and put it on each class, or I can just put it once in the base class and just put mesh. Screw it. Let's just put mesh. Keep it as compact as possible, right? And I'll go here. Okay. Oh yikes, I don't think I included static mesh component. Wait, I don't think I need to include it. Okay, it doesn't look like I need to include it, so let's see if it broke stuff or if the blueprints is still intact. Hopefully everything's still intact. Alrighty. Okay, so the mesh is still intact, so that's great. Nice. It's very good. Now, the array box. Where is it? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, it's all the way over here. Must have missed something. Let's go to the traversal target actor. Oh, I didn't set a root component. X. That's what I did wrong. Wait, actually, yeah. Let me make sure that there's no root component in the base class. Okay, so this is what I want to do, right? There was a world actor. Where is it? Here. Here it is. So I'm gonna grab this, right? And I'm going to set this as the root component. And I'm just gonna copy it from one of these classes. Keep it as consistent as I can. Okay, so and I can delete this. And okay. And then we go to this actor. And we grab this. Oh yeah, cause I already have that. What am I doing? Okay, so the root component is set in the base class. So, okay, that should fix it. But I think I'm still gonna have to restart the editor. I don't think this is gonna disappear and reappear. Yeah, as I thought. Gonna have to reset. Alrighty. All right, so should be fixed, right? Still not over here. Why is it still over here? I wonder why it's like broken. Let me open up the blueprint and see what's going on. Sometimes this thing bugs out. Yeah. It's broken. Not like the actor's broken, but this instance of it is broken. So what I'm gonna do is I could just copy this here. See, it works just like that. And this mesh, see, it doesn't even have a static mesh on it, so I don't know what the heck like these things don't have a, I'm gonna have to set it manually. So the mesh is going to be that. See? And see how they just like disappear now? Now I have to like refix it or whatever. Let's see. And I can move, instead of moving those down, let's move this up. Right. And it doesn't have to be too big. Oh crap. Yeah, that's good. If I really want to like perfect it, I can turn that off and I thought I turned, oh no, that's the wrong one. I can do it this way. Right, so it's, and I can move it down a bit. Right. So as soon as we step on it, turn this back on and see how this looks. Yeah, see? But of course this only needs to, it doesn't need to be called on all of them. Look at that. See how I like it fixed itself to the size of the actor? That's beautiful. Now I don't need this one right here. Right. I need to disable it and enable it, right? So I don't need that to happen, like what, because all of them have it, right? So this function is gonna be getting called. Where is it? This function is gonna be getting called because let me close out of this. Where's it? The target actor here, right? Because they're gonna be overlapping, right? So as soon as you overlap on any one of these, that function is going to be getting called and the camera is going to be switched up. Okay, so I think the best way to change it dynamically, I don't know why I didn't think about this. Instead of hard coding it like I did here, I need to put a variable on the actual actor. Sheesh, I am tripping. I should have thought about that before. So, oops, it's the wrong class. Let's see. I need to put a variable right here. Yeah. didn't think about this before. And wait a minute. This needs to be. Let me copy this and delete this. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Right. So by default, it's going to be disabled. And what class is this? Okay. So this is going to have its own category. I'm going to call this category. I'll call it this. This is going to be the category. AI character traverses target action. Alright, okay, that's good. And then okay, that's good. And let's put this in its own region. Right. Call this region AI character action. AI character action. Or I could just call it the same thing I called it down here. Right, because this action might be more than just for customizing the character. Like if there are NPCs in the game, like hostages and stuff, they'll have their own actions, right? So yeah, I don't know, I didn't think about that before. And then I will just get this. And right here, I'll put passing this variable. Right? And now it's dynamic. So when we call this function, and we go over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch on what we pass in here. So we're gonna say switch on what we pass in a case for disabled. We're just going to do nothing, but I guess I could just put a return. And I don't have to put break, but I'll put it anyway. And then for case. Transition armory screen to character type 1 rest area. Put my break. And then there, I can put this right here. And right. And what I want to do, so I don't have to keep declaring this function, this variable, I'll declare it up here. I'm declaring it up here, and then down here I will just set it, right? Because I'm gonna have to set this more than once, so it's better to just declare it once. And I could put this right here. And yep, there we go. And I might actually make this a member variable because I'm actually declaring it multiple times. So this Slizzard asks, it takes a while to load the project up. How much is it in size? It's like 80 gigabytes, I think. It's around 80 gigs. And I didn't even add the maps yet. Wait, no, this includes git LFS. So that's not a good way to count it. Let's see, the best way to count it. If I go to plugins, this is the project right here. Okay, it's 59 gigabytes. Right, because everything else is just like extra. All these, they're not needed. I didn't even implement these yet. Yeah, so it's like 59 gigs. There's nothing really. Well, if you want to add this, like this crap, like I don't even think this is even a gigabyte. Yeah, 59 gigs. So it's not too big for a game. Like once I add maps and music, I'm assuming it'll be like around, when I'm complete with it, it'll be around 100 gigs. And I'll optimize it to delete all the extra plugins and crap that's not needed. And that should reduce the size to maybe like 70 gigs, maybe 80. And then when you build it and it gets compressed and baked and crap, it's even less than that. When I bake it, it's like 3 gigs. I don't know how that works, but hold on, let me make sure. This should be disabled. AI character action. Okay, it's disabled. So AI character traverse target actor action. Okay. No, no, no. I didn't mean to do that. Yikes. I meant to do it right here. Okay, so let's test it out. Oh crap. Of course it crashes. I need to rebuild it. It always crashes when you make a lot of changes without, especially if you make changes in the header files, right? And you don't rebuild it, it will just crash because it doesn't know what the heck is going on.
shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the foulest snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. If you say, "The Lord is my refuge," and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent. For He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because He loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue Him.